Hello. Hello there, everyone. Hello. 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 Man, why are we delaying the views behind, guys? Come on. I see that light come through like so much further ahead than the Hello. Hello. We need more people in here. More than that. Confetti. Oh, hey guys, look, 0 concurrence, but somebody's hitting the confetti button. So I'll just document that. Hey guys. No concurrence, but somebody's hitting the confetti button. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and document that. Sorry. Let me show you this. Like, I know you just saw it, but I mean, let me show you this. This is. All right, hold on. I'll pull it up. Yeah. So. Here we go. So as you can see, it went down to 0, but somebody's still spamming the emoji button. It's right there. So why does it say 0? Why does it say that? Caught you again. Haha, super funny. Caught you again. So anyway, we're gonna have a little discussion here, okay? We all know that. Oh, I know. Now we're playing with the like button. Now it's that. You know, this is like, it's just confirmation of certain things. Look, Prism Studio, I'm not using that, but Prism even has a like indicator built into it. So I wonder how many people understand that, where it's not like I'm staring at it. They're just doing it all the time. So I want to remind everybody that that's what's going on here. I'm being stalked, harassed. I have no idea who anybody is at any time. A lot of times this guy's using tons of bots, fake accounts. There's a scammer stealing my information, doxing my address. He has made all kinds of threats. He has since backpedaled from these threats, obviously, to make it seem like Happy Fun Time Rainbows like he's a fucking fan. Okay? He's not. He is a stalker. It's beyond normal sorts of things, though, because this person is enough of a stalker to know that I am legitimately martial arts instructor and all that. So that's obviously, out of the question to physically do something, but obviously, they're going to do everything they can to get something to happen from afar. So this person is very obviously false flagging, pointing authorities, pointing anybody at me from behind the scene that he can, using malicious intent. So, again, a lot of what I do here is to show you that, my views are being hidden and stuff like that. We're having a nice stream, just a chill moment. Views are hidden. Um, the device is attacked in some way where my stream has disconnection issues, and the like, just basically the DDoS attack, denial of service sorts of things. And so a DDoS, I know everybody calls it DDoS. So yeah, like, understand that, like, I can't just give accurate information. I can't just sit here and talk about things normal as day. With politics and stuff like that, yeah, I'm going to do that. With for the most part, with politics, with information, with things that I'm trying to analyze and tell you how I feel about them. Um, I'm gonna, like, that doesn't have anything to do personally with me and this situation. So it's the sort of thing where, like, if I talk about that, obviously I can be a bit more honest about that and give you my critical view on certain things and stuff like that. But I really can't. I really, you know what I mean? Like, as far as, like, people coming in here and wanting to know stuff about me and things like that, like, you have to understand that, like, I did start a bit with the whole vlogging concept, and that was part of the issue. Was that, this person was able to sort of kind of follow me around my day and stuff like that when I was streaming and stuff. And so, like, this person just learned a lot about, I think, um where they're sort of an awkward individual behavior, like human behavior, through me. Um just through the scammer is doing. So, without getting too much into it, I just wanted to remind you all of, essentially that's what's happening, where, kind of, at any given time, you'll see the reactions where, essentially, during a competent administration where the FBI actually investigates things and does things, obviously this person wouldn't be able to just randomly attack my device and flood my ports, or, any one of the bajillion other various annoying little things this person is doing, where something about what they're doing is justified, and again, they're being pointed at me, where again, yes, they are a scammer, yes, they are doxing people, but they're clearly being manipulated, they're clearly being pointed at me. And it's some of the other stuff that I talked about, where, um love is a thin line. I've talked about this before, where I truthfully believe that families, couples, things like that are being targeted, broken up. Um, essentially, whatever it is that ticks off the other person, they're gonna press those buttons as much as they can. Um, then they're gonna, essentially weaken these people because they were stronger together. And then now they're just fighting, and essentially, like, when you do that, when you meddle in somebody's, like, lives and stuff like that, even just speaking from an analysis standpoint, to other nations that run psyops like that, you have to understand that the part of the problem with doing that is you're not getting accurate, like, you believe that they shouldn't be together and stuff like that in the first place and stuff like that, that it's sort of like this image thing that Americans do. No, no, it's not actually the case. This is something that happens because of natural selection and things that just naturally occur when people are given free thought, and they want other people around to help them with things in life. And likewise, those other people want that too. And so it's more about obviously what the people then kind of get out of each other and how they help each other and stuff like that. And there's not, that's why, like, I want to remind you, like, excuse me, a lot of I think Americans are being manipulated right now because a lot of the reason people argue and fight is over, like, obviously, like, the thing that everybody's lacking in this country, that the rich people are hoarding. And so this is getting riled up, and this causes actually a lot of breakups, a lot of fights. So they're attacking that. They're riling that up even more. And so the people that can provide, you just look at it like that, because that is how you are being led to believe, to look at it. Where, how is it fair if all these different people, and just millions of different people and stuff like that, billions in the world, but all these millions of people and stuff in this country we're talking about and stuff like that, could you imagine, like, just the amounts of people that can go through their different situations, different scenarios, and for various whatever reasons, I mean, you guys have seen it in movies and stuff. If you've watched any movies and all that, you've seen it with stuff like that. You've seen it with plenty of other things where, you know, somebody can just get dumped on. These things happen, and we call it luck. And then there's a version of that where you make your own luck and stuff like that, and that has a lot to do with confidence. But somebody can truly just, even if they have confidence, get dumped on. These things happen. And so, like, this, we have this in the, like, I don't want to preach to you, read your Bibles, but this is what the book of Job is supposed to teach you. This is literally what that's for. It's a life lesson. Okay, you don't sit here and worship a book with pages and letters and stuff. Don't do that. Okay, you're missing the point. But absolutely use that as a guide where, you know what? This stuff, really happened. Where these people did this, and maybe saw evidence of prayers being, of functioning, and being around godly like people and stuff, where this person clearly knew about this, but for some reason his entire life he's shit on. So, like, the point is, don't, what's the Batman quote that I that I quote? What, something about when the world goes dark. You don't turn with it. Okay? You're gonna bare your teeth a bit, but you don't turn with it. You're gonna fight back, but you don't become the attacker. When we get attacked, we fight back, we assist. But we never seek out war. You know, we don't seek it out. You don't seek out aggression, you don't seek out war. You seek adventure. Adventure for sure. Always seek out adventure. For sure. That's fine. But as long as your adventure does not include stepping on somebody else's, because that ain't right. You wouldn't want that. So as basic and cringe as it sounds, treat people how you would want to be treated. I know how cringe that sounds, but with that perfect circle logic where you arrive back at the beginning where you would not want all that to happen to you, where the same thing could be said. Do not let people that have done this and are good at doing this take advantage of you because you've chosen not to. You've chosen to be a good person and do the right thing. So with that little bit of a start, hold on. All right, so I've talked about this before, but you know, it's not going away. It never goes away, and this is a big problem, and it's contributing to so much of this nonsense that's going on. So you know, this is what we have to talk about here. So you guys know we've talked about just how many. Well, here I'll read the question, and then we'll just have an answer for you. Okay, how many Americans each year are scammed by people that are traced back to India? Okay. Now, again, we are talking about billions every year being stolen from United States citizens. So there's a reason why I say that. Okay. Law enforcement agencies, this is Gemini, do not have an exact total and annual count of individual Americans scanned by operations traced to India because the vast majority of cases go unreported. However, the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center, IC3, logs more than 80,000 complaints each year, specifically for tech support and government impersonation scams, categories largely driven by South Asian call centers, costing victims billions of dollars annually. Financial impact: U.S. citizens lose over $2 billion to $3 billion annually just from tech support and customer service fraud schemes tied heavily to India-based networks. So, we plugged this same thing into our other AI here. Okay. How many Americans each year are scanned by people that are traced back to India?
I'm checking US fraud datasets and law enforcement sources because traced back to India is not a standard category
Oh, I
in
don't
most
have sound.
annual
Do you guys have
scam
sound?
statistics.
Hold on. Why don't I have sound? Oh, what a piece of shit. Hold on. This should be right. What the fuck? Oh, my fault. That was me. Oh, that's very odd. Okay. That was very strange. I think I fixed that. My fault. Yep.
I'm checking US fraud datasets and
My
law
fault.
enforcement sources because traced back to India is not a standard category in most annual scam statistics. There is no reliable official annual count of Americans scammed by perpetrators
What the?
traced to India. The FTC and FBI count fraud complaints, victims, scam types, and losses, but their public annual reports generally do not classify cases by the perpetrator's country of operation. Attribution is also difficult because scammers spoof phone numbers, route payments through US intermediaries, and operate across several countries. For scale, the FTC received fraud reports from about 2.6 million consumers in 2024, covering scams from all locations. A major
Yeah.
Justice Department case announced in 2016 linked India-based call centers to more than 15,000 US victims, but that was one multi-year criminal network, not an annual national figure. Other prosecuted India-based operations have victimized thousands of Americans, sometimes after sending tens of millions of attempted scam calls. So the defensible answer is at least thousands of confirmed American victims in some years, probably substantially more, but no credible nationwide ex-Americans per year estimate exists. The
Right.
number
Right.
of attempted contacts would be vastly higher than the number who actually lost money.
Yeah. So after do I need to comment on that? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. This is some pretty good facts in there. Um yeah, so all right. So then what I did was I typed the as it said that um since Gemini already kind of replied to this, I typed part of Gemini's response into this and then wanted to see what it would sort of say to that. So I just typed, like we already said, the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center (IC3) logs more than 80,000 complaints each year, specifically for tech support and government impersonation scams categories, largely driven by South Asian call centers, costing victims billions of dollars annually.
That statement is substantially correct for 2025, but it needs two qualifications. In 2025, IC3 recorded 47,794 tech customer support complaints and 32,424 government impersonation complaints, 80,218 combined. Reported losses were approximately $2.13 billion and $798 million respectively, or about $2.93 billion
Yeah.
combined. However, one each year is too broad. The combined total exceeded 80,000 in 2025, but in 2024, tech support complaints alone were 36,002. Annual totals fluctuate.
Right.
2. Those 80,218 complaints cannot all be attributed to India or South Asia. The FBI describes both categories as major forms of illegal call center fraud and prominently discusses its joint operations with Indian authorities, but IC3's published totals do not assign every complaint to a perpetrator country. The FBI says illegal call centers defraud thousands annually and reports extensive cooperation and arrests in India, which supports saying India is a significant hub, not that all or most of the 80,000 cases were definitively traced there. A more defensible formulation would be, open quote, in 2025, the FBI's IC3 received more than 80,000 complaints involving tech support and government impersonation scams, with reported losses exceeding $2.9 billion. India-based call centers are a significant source of these schemes,
Yep.
although the FBI does not publicly specify what share of the complaints originated in India. Close quote.
Yep, there we go. So you would say, though, that clearly there are a ton of scams every single year that cost Americans billions that are coming directly out of India.
Yes, there is clearly a large, persistent scam industry operating from India that targets Americans every year. The FBI has said that the vast majority of tech support and other phone-based scams targeting Americans originate in India, and federal prosecutions document India-based networks victimizing thousands of Americans and generating hundreds of millions of dollars in proceeds. The one part I would phrase more carefully is costs Americans billions every year directly from India. Americans do lose billions annually to the broader tech support, customer support, and government impersonation categories, but IC3 does not publish a country-by-country breakdown, proving how many of those billions are specifically attributable to India. A precise statement would be, open quote, India is a major, likely dominant source of phone-based tech support and impersonation scams targeting Americans. These scams collectively cost Americans billions of dollars annually, although publicly available FBI data do not isolate the exact amount originating in India.
Right.
Close quote. That distinction is about the available statistics, not about denying the scale of the India-based problem.
There's a bunch of sightings in here. Okay, a lot of these are literally being cited. One of the articles is inside the FBI podcast, hanging up on tech support scams. That's the name of the article. One of them is literally the DOJ itself. So, like, literally, actually, some of these are just coming directly from FBI, DOJ websites and stuff like that. Some of this is so this is cited. One of this is cited back 2022, 2019, 2016. Since it's pretty obvious this is an ongoing, this is ongoing, it's fair to say that the government of India benefits from this. Essentially, more money being stolen and placed into their economy is still the fact thereof. And it's going to fight me on this a little bit.
In a narrow economic sense, some stolen money that reaches India may be spent, saved, invested, or taxed there, so parts of the Indian economy can receive incidental benefits. But that is different from saying the government of India benefits in a meaningful or intentional sense. There is no solid evidence that India's national government sponsors these scams or treats them as an economic strategy. In fact, Indian authorities have worked with the FBI and US agencies to raid and dismantle scam call centers. In December 2025, India's Central Bureau of Investigation shut down call centers targeting Americans and arrested 6 alleged operators. US and Indian authorities have also conducted earlier coordinated enforcement actions. A more precise distinction is, criminals and their associates benefit directly. Some legitimate local businesses and employees may benefit indirectly when illicit proceeds are spent. Corrupt officials could conceivably benefit in individual cases, but that requires specific evidence. The Indian government as an institution is not shown to be benefiting overall, especially after accounting.
I just somehow stopped it. I don't know how. I don't even know how that happened. Where were we? The Indian government as an institution is not shown to be benefiting overall, especially after accounting for enforcement costs, reputational damage, financial system abuse, and harm to India's legitimate outsourcing industry. So it's fair to say that American wealth stolen by Indian-based scammers can flow into India's economy. It's not fair to. It's not fair. It is not fair, without additional evidence, to jump from that fact to the government of India benefits from or tolerates the scams of economic gain. Now, again, it's putting words in my mouth again. I didn't say that. So I'm going to fight back a little bit. I'm not asking for evidence. I'm saying because they have the ability to use stricter means of doing something about these scammers and do not. That alone is on them. And India being the most populated country in the world, this is a massive concern. Yeah.
That is a
Oh no, it's just stopping it.
That is a fair accountability argument. When a country knows that large criminal operations within its borders repeatedly target foreign victims and fails to suppress them adequately, its government bears responsibility for the continued harm, even when it does not organize or endorse the crimes. The key distinction is between saying, open quote, India's government has not done enough and should be held accountable for weak enforcement, regulatory failures, corruption, or tolerance that allows these operations to persist, close quote, and saying, open quote, India's government deliberately supports the scams because it profits from them, close quote. The first claim can follow from persistent under-enforcement and is a legitimate policy judgment. The second alleges intent and would require stronger evidence. Given India's enormous population, large telecommunications and outsourcing sectors, and the scale at which these operations can function, this is plainly a serious international law enforcement problem. India could reasonably face pressure to impose stronger identity verification for call center operators, aggressively trace payment networks, confiscate criminal proceeds, prosecute owners rather than only low-level callers, and cooperate more rapidly with foreign investigators. So yes, even without alleging state sponsorship, it is reasonable to argue that India owns a significant share of the responsibility for failing to prevent criminal enterprises operating from its territory from repeatedly victimizing Americans.
So it's agreeing with me definitely on that. So if there was a country that I think we should have been taking a firm hand with, it's India and Russia, not Iran. We need to stay out of the Middle East and focus on Russia, who is actively attacking Ukraine and using North Korean troops as cannon fodder, and India, who has more people on the planet but doesn't govern them properly.
That is a coherent foreign policy position. Avoid further Middle Eastern military entanglement, prioritize support for Ukraine against Russian aggression, and pressure India to suppress transnational fraud targeting Americans. I would separate the cases, though, because they involve different levels of state responsibility. Russia is conducting a state-directed war against Ukraine. Its military cooperation with North Korea has included North Korean troops, weapons, and, according to Ukrainian intelligence reported on August 5, 2026, a newly deployed North Korean missile unit in Russia. That makes Russia a direct national security and international order problem. India presents a law enforcement and governance problem, not an equivalent act of war. India-based scam centers have caused substantial harm, and it is reasonable to demand much stronger prosecutions, asset seizures, telecommunications controls, and restitution. But India has also cooperated in some investigations. Its Central Bureau of Investigation dismantled call centers in December 2025 after coordination with the FBI. That enforcement does not prove India is doing enough, but it matters when assigning responsibility. Iran cannot currently be treated merely as a hypothetical distraction. As of August 5th, 2026, the United States and Iran are already involved in a dangerous confrontation, while negotiations over the Strait of Hormuz are attempting to prevent renewed escalation. Advocating diplomacy and disengagement is reasonable,
it's obviously all that.
but an immediate withdrawal would still require managing risks to US forces, shipping, regional allies, and energy supplies. Where I would push back is the phrase that India simply doesn't govern its enormous population properly. Population size alone does not establish culpability, and it risks turning justified criticism of specific institutions into a judgment about an entire country or its people. The stronger argument is, open quote, the United States should prioritize Russia's direct military aggression, seek a diplomatic exit from the conflict with Iran, and impose measurable consequences on India when its government fails to dismantle transnational fraud networks operating from its territory. Close quote. Those consequences could include targeted financial restrictions on implicated businesses and officials, visa bans, payment network controls, extradition demands, joint investigative benchmarks, and requirements to seize and return criminal proceeds, rather than treating India, Russia, and Iran as though they pose the same kind of threat.
First of all, you are misquoting me. I didn't say doesn't govern. I didn't say that. I said they don't do it properly. That's a big difference. And that's where a competent US president could meet up with them and offer assistance. You know, we're talking about the whole enforcement and keeping an eye on things. Yeah.
You're right. I misstated your position. You said India does govern its population, but not effectively enough in this area. That is materially different from saying it does not govern at all. Your broader point is also reasonable. A competent US administration could combine pressure with practical cooperation, joint investigations, telecom fraud detection, financial tracing, extradition support, training, and measurable enforcement targets. That approach treats India as a strategic partner with a serious governance problem to solve, rather than simply as an adversary.
Exactly. And we have a common goal. And there's real networking there. Real. It's real. I don't think Trump is competent. And I think there's a ton of evidence to support that.
That is a defensible judgment, especially when competence is evaluated through concrete criteria such as staffing quality, policy execution, crisis management, respect for factual briefings, consistency, and the ability to sustain alliances.
Yeah.
The strongest way to make the case is not simply to say Trump is incompetent, but to identify specific decisions, explain the available alternatives, and show the consequences.
We've done that.
That keeps the argument focused on performance rather than personality, and makes it much harder to dismiss as partisan hostility.
True. And it's even putting that he has a partisan hostility. He does. I do not. I've already said to you, I don't dislike the Republican Party. I actually agree with the message, just none of them do right now. They're not really conservatives. They haven't been for quite some time. So that's kind of my point, is like they're running propaganda to just get you to think the Democrats are doing all these terrible things that they're actually doing. And it works. It just, especially in red states. Like if you're in a really red state, it's not a swing state. In this state, you know, it's going to go back and forth back. If you're in a red state, you're going to have a lot of problems with this, and you're going to vote red no matter who it is. Just because that propaganda, because the Democrats actually are that party that's protecting and helping and doing something behind the scenes that you don't know about. That's the point. Where there's nothing to you know, because there's checks and balances and it's done properly versus, oh, well, Trump's just going to run everything. We're going to give him power to supersede the courts and say no to the courts, which you shouldn't ever, even the president can't do. Even, even W said that. But he's just violating courts and he's signing executive orders. Executive orders, executive orders, executive orders. That's executive power. That's dictatorship. That's autocracy. Because the Republicans are still there. They can do something. They're just not. Every time the Democrats try to do something, oh, let's shut it down. Because they're in power. Democrats are not majority. That's how our government works. If the Democrats were majority and this shit was happening, well, then you could be like, well, Dems, do something about the president. Put some. They can't. The Republicans are majority. They have been. Okay? So that's really important to remember. Very, very, very important. Okay? These midterms are extremely important. That's why everybody's talking about it. And that's why Trump tried to redistrict a bunch of states right in the middle of the decade when he shouldn't have done that. There are reasons, there are checks and balances for that. The president shouldn't have like some regular, because that's possibly election fraud where he's trying to impact the election and get states to be either more red or, you know, and if it were Democrat doing it, the same thing would apply. Okay. I would say the same thing. Because that's the point. You have to have that I would like to say it as bipartisan. You know, you would like to have the both sides keep each other accountable. Does it make sense? Where it's they're not really all going to have different ways of eventually doing things. It's more like an approach. It's more like a stance on how to do things. But it's just not the case. That's not what's happening here. So anyway, problem is he's hiring people that are completely unqualified. Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth both do not meet the qualifications or have the resume per se to properly understand how to do their jobs to protect Americans.
That criticism has a strong factual basis, though qualified is partly a judgment about what experience the positions require.
Well, we
Kash
talked about
Patel
that
had
before.
experience as a public defender, federal prosecutor, congressional investigator, and national security official. But before becoming FBI director, he had never served as an FBI agent, run a major law enforcement organization, or managed an institution comparable to the FBI. His resume contains relevant legal and intelligence work, but it is unusually thin in operational law enforcement and large agency
So he's a
management for that
prosecutor.
position.
He's
Pete
real good at
Hegseth
being a
served as an
jackass.
Army National Guard infantry officer, deployed overseas, led veterans advocacy organizations, and worked as a television host. Military service is relevant, but the Defense Secretary oversees a vast department, an enormous budget, global military operations, procurement, intelligence, nuclear forces, and millions of military and civilian personnel.
There we go.
Hegseth had never managed anything remotely comparable in scale, held a senior Pentagon command or policy position, or served as a general officer. Supporters can reasonably argue that outsiders may challenge entrenched bureaucracies, and that neither office has a rigid statutory resume requirement. But your concern is more specific. Trump appears to prioritize ideological and personal loyalty over demonstrated institutional management experience. For positions responsible for federal law enforcement and national defense, the consequences of a poor appointment are not abstract. They can affect investigations, intelligence, military readiness, crisis decisions, and ultimately public safety. A precise formulation of your argument would be, open quote, Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth possess some relevant experience, but neither entered office with the depth of operational leadership or large institution management traditionally expected for directing the FBI or Department of Defense. Their appointments suggest that loyalty and media political alignment were valued more heavily than proven readiness to manage institutions responsible for protecting Americans. Close quote.
Correct. Loyalists. Pete Hegseth was a Fox News host. Kash Patel is like the biggest #1 Trump fan. That's it. Russia, being the largest country in the world by landmass, could help with these issues if they were less dictator-like.
Yes, Russia's size, natural resources, scientific talent, military capacity, and geographic position could make it a major contributor to European and global security rather than a destabilizing force. Under a less authoritarian and more law-bound government, Russia could cooperate more credibly on cybercrime, organized crime, nuclear security, Arctic development, energy stability, and counterterrorism.
All that.
Instead, the present system concentrates power around Vladimir Putin, suppresses genuine political opposition, and links state power with corruption and politically useful criminal
also
networks.
that Putin can be rich.
Russia's sheer landmass does not automatically make it well-governed or prosperous. In fact, administering such a vast territory is difficult. But your broader point holds. Russia has enormous capacity that could be used constructively if its government prioritized accountable institutions and international cooperation instead of authoritarian control and war. There is also an important distinction from India. With India, the United States could offer technical assistance and demand stronger enforcement against scam networks.
Exactly.
With Russia,
could.
Cooperation is harder because Russian state-linked actors themselves conduct hostile cyber operations, while some cybercriminal groups have historically operated in an environment of state tolerance or protection. The FBI was still warning in 2026 about phishing activity associated with Russian intelligence services. So a more democratic Russia could help address many of the problems you have raised. But political reform would have to change not merely its capacity, but what the Russian state chooses to use that capacity for.
Yep. And just remember that before we had the scammer doxing people's information and stuff, I was able to sit here and ask you guys if you have any questions or you want to talk to me about this stuff. I'd be more than happy to answer your question and give you a reason why, even debate with you if you'd like in a respectful manner. But the point is that we can't do that with the scammer here. He's just going to sit here and abuse that. So that's why the chat, a lot of times we can't even have that. And that's why you see it on a subscriber mode that's really hard to kind of get to, because that scammer is just abusing that. Okay? So realize that anything that I have that promotes the channel, likes, views, emojis, comments, this scammer is going to make it so that it limits those things to where, we can have a back and forth and you can feel like you can receive the information a little bit better, and all that, because, it's definitely important. And I understand that. But the scammer does too. So just realize that, there's a, if you see that, it's not, I have the comments open. My comment section's always there, but the problem is he spams so much. I mean, the one stream we were sitting here and I had just commented on some channel or something like that. Like, again, the FBI should be just handling this guy. It's online stalking. It's like the most obvious online stalking you could ever see. And the FBI is not just laying the smackdown. That's ridiculous. So anyway, I was just streaming the one day after I just left a comment on somebody's channel. We'll just say he's a musician. And the scammer was like literally like spamming the personal information I told you about, trying to get everybody to know who, the very private situation that happened in my family and stuff, just putting that info there, being aggressive about it. After I had just gotten on stream, they wanted me to see that and talk about it and stuff. And I sort of had to, because the point was the musician, I think, I don't know if it was them, but like basically like people from their channel that are, maybe, just active on their channel or something like that, saw it and really liked it, and just wanted to comment or like, and they were met with this ridiculous spammer that is like literally doxing personal private information right in comments, and then commenting from a YouTube channel. It not only that, but like the comments were from a YouTube channel that this scammer just puts his picture as the YouTube icon. Like, again, the person that I'm saying that, again, there's a whole situation and they want to dox this and have everybody know about everybody's business, and just sounds bad if you don't know all the details and stuff. They're trying to get everybody to see this and just dox it for the worst that it is. And so, like, that's the point. Right when I left that comment, the whole point is I was just getting ready, like I was just sort of like, I guess, watching it or something, getting ready or for a stream or whatever. And so I just decided to leave a comment, but I was streaming afterward and all that happened, and I saw again, I was getting some likes and what seemed like legitimate comments. So I had that was the whole point where I just started talking a little bit about it in case those were real. And so basically that's kind of what's happening here, where this scammer is going to show up. Anybody that likes or comments or something on this, scammer shows up and massively spams you with personal private doxing information on your comments on it, and then YouTube doesn't do anything. What they do is isolate my views, remove all the likes, remove all comments, take away all the likes, and do nothing, so that nobody can interact except for the scammer. That's what YouTube is doing. So I just want to remind you, when you think YouTube is the innocent one, oh, hell no. The point is, they know who this person is. It's all happening on YouTube. And then, like, I keep hearing about all these incidents and stuff of people that, like, we obviously there's certain subject matters that we're, trying to talk about without talking about. And the whole point is that, there's clearly gangs on here getting these things to happen. And I showed you that. I got one to surface. I showed you this. Got him to surface and everything. Now they're just harassing me. And YouTube is just throwing subscribers at them and then isolating my comments and views. And literally, they are helping the gangs, promoting them, helping the scammers, and literally attacking me as I continue to be attacked and harassed and stalked. So again, I just wanted to remind you what's actually happening here. When you see this stuff going on my channel or something like that, somebody comes in or I don't know what this guy is doing, but I do know that he spams. And so I'm fully aware of that. This guy followed me into a damn stream where I was just reacting to it because it had to do with something going on around where I was, close by as a news report. So I have every right to talk about it, because it's like local type stuff. So like, I was talking about that, and I was getting trending and stuff for it. And literally this guy followed. This is what YouTube did after this. They just started fucking with my account and like just making sure that any views and stuff, they're not going to count that, legitimate ones and stuff like that. This is all they did in response to this. This guy literally followed me in as I was reacting live to this. And as you could see the other streams chat, because we were watching it and reacting, the other streams chat was there. So literally this scammer started spamming the other streams chat just because I was watching the stream with their chat. And we were reacting to some comments and just talking a little bit about it. So the point was, This guy actually like stalked, followed me in there on stream, just like prior, where there's multiple accounts of this, where I had just started the stream, left a nice comment for somebody, and all this spamming happened after I left a nice comment for somebody. And was just trying to do a stream. I don't even think I had mentioned anything about it to my knowledge, but there it was, and all that was happening with the scammer. So the point is, the scammer just shows up and spams anybody that you know that I would, and that's ridiculous. So the point is, you're supposed to recognize, YouTube idiots, that if I mention somebody, watch that person and watch what he fucking does. And then you didn't do it. You didn't do it. All that happened was the goddamn scammer went in there and harassed him. And now that I said that, now he's not going to do it. He's going to be very silent. He's going to be shadow about it. He's not going to do it as much. And now he's aware because you're stupid. So the fucking point is, YouTube endlessly uses every last goddamn excuse to be stupid. I am dumb. I have no idea. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not the case. Is that the FBI has so many automated things from people that came before. They'll just boot up a PC and it tells them shit. That's the problem with incompetency. Scammers that are fucking with shit, that know more than those guys, are more competent. So we're just gonna fuck that shit up, and those incompetent people are just be like, oh, well, the computer said it. That it knows. Is that like the few times that like the dingbats with the AI facial rec that were arresting people? Oh, well, it just, it says it's right. It's right. You don't want to maybe confirm? You go back to that little computer in your car and type something in really quick? You just want to look at the little thing on your phone? Huh. You know what I'm saying? It's manipulations, guys. And I know I know it all. I know it all is very hard to follow at any given time because it's very complicated. But it's not a conspiracy when it's all the same patterns and you can actually fucking follow it. That's an investigation. That means somebody's leaving you breadcrumbs. Okay? I've been telling you so many things that you could actually use. And this is why it's so frustrating to me, because if you would give even an ounce of time, somebody that's competent, if the current administration would even give competency an ounce of time, you'd actually solve a whole bunch of crimes. You'd actually take care of things. So like I really feel like they don't want to. I really just feel like they don't want to. They want to stay rich. He wants to stay in power, and we're getting to that. Exactly. So Russia needs states and democracy just as much as the United States, if not more so. Remember, we just got done talking about how Russia is like the largest country, and their natural resources, their intelligence, their science, like all that stuff, science, all that stuff. They could be a huge success in the world, probably bigger than us. They could, but they're not using it right. And the whole point is they're not doing this thing where enough people can privatize their own life development and do it themselves because Putin wants all of it. It's all his companies. Okay, just like sort of like North Korea, sort of. It's sort of like that. So again, I'll restate exactly. So Russia needs states and democracy just as much as the United States, if not more so. Those are big.
Yes, if by states you mean genuinely empowered regional governments, your point is that Russia needs real federalism alongside democracy. Russia is formally a federation, but meaningful power has long been heavily concentrated in Moscow. A healthier system would give regions greater control over budgets, infrastructure, policing, education, and local economic development, while protecting national constitutional rights. That could make government more accountable across such a vast and diverse country. But decentralization would need safeguards, independent courts, honest elections, a free press, minority protections, and clear limits on both presidential and regional power. Otherwise, authority might simply shift from one authoritarian center to several corrupt local strongmen. The goal would not be to copy the United States exactly or break Russia apart. It would be to replace personal rule with representative institutions, enforceable rights, and divided power.
Yeah.
Principles both Russia and the United States need to preserve.
So it is agreeing with me on that. Okay, that was an agreement. I saw it at 5 until I refreshed it, then it went down to 4. Russia claims to have a president, but Putin has rigged his elections since he's been there. Russia claims to have a president, but Putin has rigged his elections since he's been there.
Yes, Russia retains the formal title and machinery of a presidency, but under Putin, it no longer functions as a genuinely competitive democratic office. The qualification I'd make is that the process deteriorated over time. Putin's first presidential election in 2000 was described by the US Embassy as reasonably free and fair, though he benefited from state power and a managed succession from Boris Yeltsin. By 2012, international observers said the contest was clearly skewed in Putin's favor through biased media coverage and misuse of state resources.
Yeah.
The 2018 election occurred in an overly controlled environment, according to the OSCE. By the March 2024 election, describing the result as meaningfully democratic was extremely difficult. Genuine opponents had been imprisoned, exiled, killed, or excluded. Independent media and monitors were suppressed. Voters faced coercion, and credible observers reported ballot stuffing and other manipulation. Putin was officially credited with 87.3% of the vote. He also used the 2020 constitutional amendments to reset his previous presidential terms, making it possible for him to remain in office until 2036.
Yep.
So, president accurately describes his formal office,
Sounds like what
but
somebody else is trying to
authoritarian
do.
ruler elected through controlled, non-competitive elections better describes how his power operates.
Yes.
The stronger factual phrasing is not necessarily that every ballot in every election was fabricated. It is that Putin systematically eliminated the conditions required for a free election. Credible opponents, independent media, impartial institutions, open monitoring, and a realistic possibility that the incumbent could lose.
Right. So, all right. So let me just state that the thing that I've heard is that everybody keeps electing him. That's what I hear from Russians and stuff. He's just so popular, everybody just loves him and they keep electing him. Okay, again, a president has term limits. If it's actually a presidential democracy, you are supposed to elect eventually somebody else. Because the whole point is that this can happen where his way of doing things is choking the country. And he's just a rich guy. He wants to use the office for that. Okay, sometimes I don't even know when that would be beneficial. It'd be really hard to say when that would be beneficial and stuff like that. Because again, when you don't do that, obviously you're spreading it out and you're allowing for, again, the companies to be of the people, by the people, and for the people. Like they're running that stuff. They did that. It's their, their skill. Putin himself doesn't the slightest. He hasn't run his oil refineries. He has other people do them. Obviously, he ain't doing shit. Okay, that guy he's lucky if he can put his suit on every day. Okay, that guy's spending shitloads of money just to ensure he stays alive. He's got all kinds of health problems. And so the point is, do you see what I mean? Where now he's near death, and now he's just going to use the office to try to stay alive. Instead of, holy shit, this guy shouldn't even be in there. Do you get it? So, understand what Trump's probably doing now? And again, I really don't think they're like buddy-buddy. But Trump likes Putin. That's what you gotta realize about that relationship. Trump makes Putin look really bad because Trump is so stupid. He says dumb things. He is incompetent. People know it. Putin is competent. He's not a good guy, though. He's not a good person. He's deceiving. He has done this to his country. Okay, you have Obama. You have Bill Clinton. You have even George H.W. Bush. For Christ's sake, even George W. wasn't ethically that unsound, okay? So you have all these past presidents to see what a democracy should be and should act like. We did great things. We did. And then Trump happened. He's wearing fucking red hats that... Remember, he puts this order in to this company, right? He puts an order in. By the way, orders. Where's my order, man? He puts an order into this company, and boy, he has time to think about it. You know, he's got time, right? And if he's a damn child about things, he's got advisors. This guy's a billionaire. Not only is he the president, but he's a billionaire. He has access to the best of the best of the best, sir. Right? So the point is, he puts this order in for this thing, and the company's like, okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, you paid for it. You know, he pays for this, pays money for it. Company, you know, gets those red hats, starts running them down the line, puts that embroiderment on there. You know, again, he can think about this. You know, he's an adult. He has time to change his mind. He has time to think. You know, an adult wouldn't state this. An adult wouldn't be the symbol of what this is. But he doesn't. He's so stupid. He doesn't understand what a weak, dumb fool he looks like when he does things like this. So, and again, he is that fool when he follows through with it. That's the point. He is so upset that he is wrong. That's the statement. Okay, so again, embroiders it, has time that the company's making it. They're you know, he probably, you know, maybe a week goes by that he has time. The box shows up. He opens it up. He looks in there. He sees him. And he has time to look at it, too, and see it all. And, you know, these guys they're professionals, right? And they're wearing suits. They're supposed to be professionals in the White House wearing suits. You know, you freak out that Volodymyr Zelensky doesn't wear a suit. God forbid, his country's at fucking war. But, you know, you want to bitch about, but, you know, again, your hats. And, you know, all these people are adults, diplomats, people that should matter and be doing things that matter, for crying out loud. For the longest time, we even made sure to wear the curly wigs and shit like that. So, you know, you had time to think about that, but you didn't. You just you handed them out. And right there it is. Trump was right about everything. And again, I want to remind you that if somebody is actually right about everything, they don't need to do that. They are not such a weak-minded individual that they need to make a hat. They have time to think about this. You know, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe I'm sort of just like being a dumbass. By the way, it went to 5, and then before I had time to refresh, it's down to 4. You know, he had time to think about that, but he didn't. And again, just as I said, somebody that is right about everything, they don't want to be right about everything. They want others to finally understand so they can stop being fucking right all the time. And everybody's just like, yeah, right is just what right is. Why do we care that somebody's right? Thank you for being right. Thank you for that information. But there's this like huge amount of goddamn fucking people out there that want to put some sort of malicious goddamn hostility behind somebody calling you stupid. No, like, if you're dumb, fix it. You're not a fucking child. We could use this as comedy. We used to be able to. Now people's feelings get all hurt. And you want to be like, oh, verbal abuse or some stupid fucking shit. Like, Jesus Christ. If you're trying to claim verbal abuse, you are a stupid fuck. You are a stupid fuck that, again, you have those problems. That's your problem. Somebody didn't verbally abuse you a long ass time ago, you know, something that you dealt with this or something where you didn't deal with this properly. And now you're just like, that's what you're doing. So remember what it means when somebody does that. They're challenging your intelligence. Just simply fucking be smarter. It's that simple. Now, we're not talking if I again, I'm not talking about like, we don't talk to people in real life like that. There's no reason to do that. You know what I mean? Like now, I mean, if you yeah, like we don't necessarily talk about people in real life like that. There's no reason to do that. And again, you saw this bit rate shift around and just break up the stream there. So that's why that's on the screen, and you saw that happen just now. I'm going to go ahead and document that. So again, they are disabling the feature in OBS. They are crashing OBS to now drop frames when they shift the bitrate. So again, that is illegal because there's a feature in there that stops that from happening. So again, they are bypassing that feature. That is a hack. So I'm just going to document that they did that really quick. And again, this is the distraction that we talk about where I'm really on a roll here, and people are obviously this is for sure a positive message and stuff like that. And we're having the bitrate issue for the cause misinformation to meddle with what I'm about to say. So the whole point is, there's really no reason to treat somebody necessarily in real life like that. But obviously, we're talking about when it's online and stuff like that, and people are already kind of being this way and have this issue where they can't see the person and they're sort of just acting like this. So this is everybody's doing this. And it's the same issue that I'm talking about where you don't know who it could be a scammer, it could be whoever. And so you get what I'm saying? Where like it's understandable why somebody would react that way and stuff like that sometimes. But then at the same time, don't then, you know what I mean? Unless I do think if somebody is somebody's being a certain way too much, then that deserves a little bit of obviously backfire. But I mean, that's reasonable in any situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's the sort it's the sort of thing where you can also just de-escalate and choose to handle it that way too. So everybody has their way. But again, my point is that like I'm trying to challenge that little thing that like makes you sort of like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to challenge that little thing that sort of makes you sort of like that, where like, you want to have some sort of aggressive tendency and attack somebody just because they call you stupid or something like that. You shouldn't be like that. Why? A name? What the hell? Okay. So again, like threats, responding with with a threat, that's perfectly unreasonable. Somebody makes a threat, like in real life or something like that. But like I just, there's a difference between that and calling somebody a name. Um, hold on. All right, so I'm just documenting something here, and let me also do something really quick. I have to document. So this is what they're doing is they're hacking my they're stealing my internet. So basically while I'm streaming, because I'm streaming, this scammer sits here and steals my internet while I'm streaming. That's what he's doing. So that was the hack there a little bit, and the whole point was that I was proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was never my internet because I would never actually drop frames. And because he knew that and found that out snooping through AI that isn't even logged in. It's not even logged in. Yeah, so that's the point. That's when you know he's on my devices and looking at things that aren't even logged in. He's looking at everything. And so the whole point is this created a thing where people are going to start looking into that and be like, "Oh, that makes sense now. All this time and it's not dropping frames. Well, yeah, that's not the internet." So they're going to start looking into that. So what he then immediately does, the very next stream, is start a bug that makes it look like that and starts dropping the frames. So that way there's permanently dropped frames sitting in the thing and it says that. Even though I literally have an option in OBS for that. So the point is he is hacking and stealing my internet as I stream from this device. And that's what a lot of this was about, was figuring out how to obviously make your life miserable, but at the same time be able to steal my internet to make sure that whatever he's doing, he's using my shit to try to do it. He's gonna sit here and use my login stuff, like literally steal it and do a bunch of illegal fucking shit. That's what he's gonna do. I guarantee fucking to you. That's literally what he's doing. And meanwhile, I'm just sitting here streaming. So this is why I wanted to know schedule. And I told you all this was going to happen. They've been doing this. I told you this is what they're trying to do. Like any guy that you had a breakup or something, they're going to use that. Anything, they're going to use it. Because guys always look bad after, always. It's always the guy. So that's a problem in America where we have this issue. And, you know, um, this is why a lot of guys end up starting down a path because like people just attack them and stuff like that after a breakup or something. And because somebody made them look a certain way. Where it's like, man, you don't know anything about that. very oftentimes those things are just so back and forth, especially when the person was with him for so long. I could see if it was a real short thing and then, there's like something weird. Well, all right, fine, but like, clearly you get what I'm saying? So this has the potential to cause a lot of problems where, people really manipulate this crap, and with these scammers where any device can be hacked. This is what we're showing you with the flock cameras. Where already it's illegal surveillance. Already flock cameras are illegal surveillance. Already. But now what you have to realize about that is that system is logging all this information to be stolen by scammers, sold to scammers, used in terrible ways, and that's what it's for. It's not for actually helping with crimes. It's for the data. It's to behavioral patterns and stuff, to log, where you go, what you do, so they can have an endless list of exactly where you are at this time. And so, like, basically it's to finely tune AI so that they know how to manipulate you. Where, like, basically they want the AI to analyze all this and be able to predict within probably about a 95 to 99% accuracy. Nothing's 100. That's why I say that. But they want to predict with that type of accuracy where you are. Because it's just about tracking. I mean, this is fucking terrible, right? That's terrible. So they're all doing this. They're causing all these problems for me and all these people and stuff like that. They're speaking out against this stuff, and you have to realize that this is the FBI. The FBI, under a competent administration, would shut down the flock camera system. That's unlawful surveillance. That's whoo. That is a huge matter of national security. Because when you lawfully surveil, there's documentation for that. I mean, yes, very few people are going to know about it while it happens and stuff. But the point is, there's documentation for it. You're protected. Everybody knows why it happened, like yada yada yada. But when there's not, things can be manipulated so badly. Metadata is only as good as the device that you're getting the info from. I mean, when all these scammers are constantly like just cloning accounts and logged in, they're just doing stuff with your account. They're in your account. That's it. They're just in your account. And Google pretends like it's not happening. They know. They hide it. They're not going to sit there and show you how often scammers are in your account. Do you have any idea how many people would fucking just immediately sue all this shit that's going on? They're not going to do that. If anything, that's why they have a system to try to create some sort of paper trail where all your phones are logged, all your devices are stored and stuff. They are creating a legal system where it makes it look like that's not happening, where there's no possible way somebody could possibly be in your account without them knowing about it. Are you fucking kidding me? You're joking, right? Ha. I laugh in your general direction. Because that must be a joke if you think I'm believing it. Everybody's being manipulated you know, in their own ways. But the point is, this is so at home because your own FBI is doing it. Not like necessarily individual agents per se, but like eventually it'll come down to that. Like it'll just trickle down to, you know, when you don't eventually have competent into the main federal actual bureau, you know, like the Washington, and you don't have competency there, eventually that webs out into the rest of the FBI. Eventually. Because you don't have competency. That's what's going to happen eventually with the military, too, where we have a competent military because of what happened before, because of what always came before. We won't. Same thing with cops. Cops will start getting incompetent too. They already have. We've seen a shitload of it. Tons of it. Where criminals are just surfacing when the president's a fucking criminal. The behavior is justified. It's taught, maybe. Like they feel like it's fine, you know? I mean, for crying out loud, Trump is paying millions of dollars to the people that were there on January 6th. He gave them a government funded paycheck for $15 million apiece. That's a real thing. Look it up. The people that unalived cops on January 6th in DC, and they weren't Democrats, they were crazy ass MAGA. Crazy. Yeah. Several cops lost their lives. And Donald Trump literally paid off. Yeah, he sat here and wrote pardons using, you know, executive power to these people that committed acts of terror against our government, like literally treasonous things. Or like again, these people don't agree with our form of governing, and so you know they're gonna wage war on the actual capital. Okay, insurrection. Yeah, like literally like terrorism on our homeland, by our own people. And Trump got these people off. You know, gave the leader of the pack one of the biggest pardons you've ever seen, and started paying him off, you know, 15 million a piece. Literally giving these people $15 million a piece. A cop doesn't even make that in his whole lifetime. And he's giving criminals $15 million a piece. What the fuck? That's real information. I'm not misinforming you. That's what's going on. The president is paying tons, millions of your tax dollars to terrorists. January 6th terrorists. What the hell? Um, I want to remind you guys, if you go to my main channel and you look at the top, I want to remind you guys that this is my only channel. Okay, so remember that you know, if you're getting spammed or scammed or something like that, and there's something going on, and it looks like it's, you know, me or something spamming, you know, where again, I don't do that. So, you know, when you go to the account and it's not mine, You know, you should be reporting that. 'Cause that ain't me. Now, yes, I leave nice comments here and there, and I may comment some things here, but I very rarely will go into a live chat. Very, very rarely. Very rarely will I comment. I don't do this often. Um, I'm stingent on likes too, I'll be honest. Um, I don't sit here and like everything. I don't. If I actually like it, I'll like it, but I don't sit and like everything. I don't sit and watch everything. And this is what I was trying to tell you guys is that um my like there's flat out plenty of times where I've watched shitloads of videos that are recommended for me and that little red bar is never at the bottom like I've watched it. But then there's also a shitload of videos even on my own page that the red bar shows up like I did and I never fucking watched it. Why the hell's that showing up? I'm not watching any of that shit. So, um, I don't have any other places where I operate from. This is it. I stream here. So, if you're so stupid that you're behind the scenes and you're seeing somebody else from somewhere else with my information and it's pinging nonstop and shit like that ain't me. I'm here. This channel, this device. And yeah, I do believe that they are stealing the internet. Let me just check here. Yeah. Yeah, my upload's taking a hit. Yeah. So that's YouTube doing that. I'm going to go ahead and document that I have the proper setting on to handle that and that YouTube attacked OBS to break that setting after it was shown. I'm going to actually sue Google for this one. We have evidence of this. So basically what they've done is now that the bitrate shifts around, did you see it like go all the way up to 30 there too? After using Google's Gemini to analyze certain things and talk with it through some certain things, Google sat here and hacked and broke my OBS horribly to where if the bitrate shifts around, it drops frames now, even though there's literally a fucking setting for that. So I'm documenting that the setting has always worked. It has always worked. As you guys know, that bit rate's flown around all over the place. And, it goes to fucking almost nothing, but the screen just kind of looks like shit, right? So the whole point is that was always a setting that I could set. So after I did that, and I've documented it, I have that documented. I have it saved and everything. After doing that on Google on Gemini, this was broken right after. After essentially they found out about that setting. So I'm going to go ahead and document this that setting is set and I am going to sue Google for this one. Yeah, because it's the sort of thing where it's going to just, you know, allow for that bit rate to change. Like, obviously, it doesn't need to drop frames. So, like, that's kind of my point, is like, you guys know, like, we've done this plenty of times where that setting's enabled. It doesn't need the fucking drop frames. So, again, I'm documenting that I have it enabled. It is a setting, yet it after using Gemini and all of that, and talking with it about some settings and talking about with it about OBS, they hacked my OBS and broke that feature. Just like all the other stuff that's been you know, being hacked and broken and stuff conveniently after I use Google as an analysis tool. Conveniently. So, I'm just stating for the evidence thereof for later on, because we're going to use this in court. There's no question, because it happened right here, right now. But that bit rate should not fucking shift around. And that those frames should not drop when that bit rate shifts around. So I'm just gonna go ahead and document. I have to do a couple of things now. Yeah, I gotta do a couple of things now. Sorry. Yeah, yeah, like my lawyer here. So I'm gonna contact my lawyer here, because that was Google. That was Google hacking my system. As you guys can see, Google hacked my system. So I'm gonna contact my lawyer here. Um, so I'll be back. But you know, as you can see, right after I say I'm gonna sue Google, my system is hacked. Like literally complete loss of every viewer in the stream. They sit here and kick everyone out of the stream and hack the stream so that everybody that's in the stream thinks the stream ended, thinks there's something wrong with it. Literally everyone that was in the fucking stream. This is what YouTube, this is what Google are doing to attack me, where consistently, if I'm defending myself and I say something that Google is doing that they should not be doing and that is happening because of something they're fucking doing, they are actually attacking me and they are legally liable for this fucking bullshit, for me being stalked on their fucking piece of shit platform. Conveniently, my bitrate is shifting around all over the place, and my literal internet network driver is hacked and literally goes down to absolutely nothing. That which is what just happened. My network driver was completely hacked into and disabled because they just hacked my device. And so that's the point. Where again, I'm sitting here talking about how they literally hacked my device to intentionally break that feature. Break it. And it's completely broken. So I'll be documenting that. I'll be documenting and keeping a documentation of that. And again, they do not have legal authority to sit here and hack my devices for any means whatsoever. Absolutely none. There's zero reason to do that. Again, even the threat of lawsuit, they have no legal authority to do that. Because again, until court papers are served, like an actual like lawsuit is served to them, they can't proceed forward with any type of investigatory or anything on me whatsoever. The whole point is that I am being attacked on their platform. They have not done anything about it. So the evidence thereof is actually shitloads of evidence of Google attacking me just because I am literally sitting here documenting how I am getting stalked and attacked. And then Google actually attacks me even more in addition to the scammers. That's what's going on. So let me just do something here really quick. Yep. Yeah, they completely hacked. They are now stealing my internet. So I'm gonna call my lawyer. I'll be back. They are now stealing my internet. My download is absolutely nothing. My download just went. My download prior to this, that's what I just did. I did a speed test prior to this, and my download was literally 800. It is now 70. So again, we literally just got hacked, and the hacker is stealing my internet. Okay, so I'm still working on a couple of things here that I have to do for the lawyer, but I'm supposed to let you know that, like, this is blatantly to have again, like I said, the scammers doing a bunch of stuff behind the scenes to trick um systems into thinking that, to create logs and all kinds of stuff. It's a scam. So he's trying to get somebody, whoever he's communicating with, into actually believing these things about my internet or something like that. All that they would have to do is contact my ISP like I did to find out what my actual internet speed is and that it's stable. And it is. Okay. These things don't happen except that this scammer found my information and has been sitting here slowly working at this off of fucking trash tube every day. So it is trash tube's fault for never doing anything about this. So I just wanted to state again that the reason they're doing this, remember, to get it to lower view counts so that there's less people, less trending in here. So while they're stealing my internet, and my internet is not at the 800 MIPS that it normally is. 800. Again, I don't have to show you this. We've talked about this plenty of times. But here's just one example. Here is just one example. Here is just one example. We're gonna look at one example, and Windows is fucking trash, so I have to reload the example because Windows is fucking trash. I can't just simply open a picture. Oh, still can't do it. Windows is trash. Okay, so I have to delete that one. Yeah, like this is all just hacked. I physically can't even use anything in OBS anymore. And it all happened after this UI update where they have this ad source where it's a spying technology. The ad source is not private anymore. It has a whole separate screen where they can spy on this. They literally store all of your previous ones in here. Like like for mine, it says a recently created, and there's all these ones in here where like there's pictures of Donald Trump stored in here, the ones that I showed you before. And it's all data stored in there. That's why. Because they're sitting here storing your data in OBS now. So when you do the ad source and it creates that whole thing where there's all these icons and all that data, that's data they're storing in there. They can see all of that. So I'm just letting you know that's why this is all happening, because everybody's sitting here spying and the government's actually fucking doing that. And the point is you're too stupid to know anything about this stuff. Even they don't understand it. So here's my internet. This is what it's supposed to be, and this is what it is before I stream. This is literally what it is before I stream. And the whole point is that sometimes, obviously, the scammer sits here and tries to do malicious things while I'm watching YouTube or doing something like that. So if they know I'm watching YouTube or they know what I'm doing with the internet, they can also make that, they can also make it run like shit. Okay. So this scammer has already gotten to that point. All right. But this is what my internet is supposed to be. Okay. Right now, that download says about 70 instead of the 800 that it's supposed to be. So, this is what I'm documenting. This is what we're talking about. We are setting up a trap for the scammer, and that is probably why they're getting very aggressive. They're trying to figure out what the trap is. Um, it doesn't matter. The whole point is that they're going to get caught because they're a scammer doing this to many people. That's the reality. That is literally the reality. They are just going to get caught. I mean, I already have. He already has. He's already caught. So, again, this is what my internet should be and is. You know, we don't have it's stable internet. It is. It is very stable. Again, until this hacker and the Trump administration came in and has no fucking idea how to do anything. Until that, because they're fucking stupid. Like literally, all these scammers are causing all these problems for them. So they're causing these problems for me and then spying on my devices. That's literally what's going on. You want to know the truth? That's what's happening. The FBI is actually doing that because they're so fucking stupid. They're getting attacked in these manners, these exact ways. And they're so fucking stupid. They have no idea how to fix it. I fix it all the time. I just come back to you and start streaming right away like it's fucking nothing, and they do it all over again. And meanwhile, they're so goddamn fucking stupid. This is what you have to realize, guys. That's how fucking dumb the FBI is under Kash Patel and Trump. That's just how dumb people are that endlessly say they're never wrong. They're never wrong. You know, they're just gonna endlessly never be wrong, even when they fucking are. Yeah, that's the point. So they're gonna spy on you, spy on me, fuck around with your shit, just because that's what's happening to them. So that way, they know how to figure it out. And then, after they figure it out, they're going to be like, hey, this guy was doing it. It was this guy. Because they don't want evidence of them being incompetent. So since they spied on you and did that, and there's evidence of that, now they're planting it and trying to make it look like you did something. When really they used you. That's how fucking disgusting this scam is. And you're fucking dumb. You're stupid if you would actually believe it for a second. So I'm going to continue documenting what's happening here. But again, notice how aggressive this gets. How malicious this is. And we're going to make sure that we put this right on your fucking screen today. Because this is why I wanted you to see this. I want you to see exactly what fucking happens. I want you to fucking see this. This is now Google Chrome. This ain't even Opera GX. This is Google Chrome. Here we are, Google Chrome. Here we are. Still happening. And look in this bottom right corner. Look right here. What does it say? Oh, that's right. They literally disabled my network driver. They literally hacked my fucking network driver and caused that. Completely down to nothing. And like I said, before that, my fucking internet was what I just showed you it was. But now it's at 70 after that. Oh, gee, I wonder what's going on. I wonder. Oh, gee, I wonder what the fuck is going on. Yep, I wonder. And those concurrents were back up at 5 again until I refreshed it. So the point is, this is all about trending, all about preventing the message from getting out. Censorship. Lying. where the moment you come in, they push you back in the stream to like before I said anything. You watch like maybe like a very small section of me flipping out or something like that, and then turn out of it. You don't see any of the stuff that you're supposed to see, any of the message you're supposed to see. You start watching the stream and they put you where they want you and then kick you out of the stream right when they want you to be kicked out. Actually shift the bitrate around, disconnect this fucking device specifically to cause that. So again, these send reports and everything. So when I'm doing those tests, that company gets that report. They know I did one prior. They know. So there it is, right there, where you can clearly see that disconnection that they did on purpose. So, I'm still doing some of this stuff. I'm still documenting. I'll be back. I want you guys to remember when a certain other streamer used to do this too, and he would have his whole gang of people, and he would come in saying gang, bring all these malicious people in, and specifically do it when, you know, I needed to be right back, take a break from the stream, something like that. I was dying, you know, like in a stream, in a game or something. You know, essentially when anything on the negative would happen in anything, they all would come in here, gang, gang, gang. You'd be malicious, not be promotive at all. Literally just, you know, essentially trying to steal viewership from me. Where this streamer that already was getting promoted from, you know, you literally using his kid. Where, you know, like where he sat and his kid was really good at Fortnite. He would use his kid and you know, have him do stuff and all that and trend all this, you know, stuff out of that. And so like the whole point is that like this network of really young people was being manipulated by these other guys that were also young. Like they're young and stupid. They don't know anything about life. And they're manipulating these young, you know, teenagers to gang up, bully people, and you know, it's okay to bully people. It's funny and stuff like that. And that's what they were doing, was feeding off this behavior because it was giving them views and stuff like that. Well, literally, they're just using kids, getting them scammed, getting their faces out there, and all that data and stuff like that from them being interacting with it. And in addition to that, They're also teaching them that, bullying is okay and adults totally love that, and you should totally go pick fights with people and bully people and stalk people. That's what he was promoting. So I just wanted to remind you that for the longest time where, this guy, he was totally not watching the streams, yet he's watching every single stream now. He was always watching the streams. He was always doing that. Always did it. The whole point is he was always that one in there that was always in there. And then as soon as I went like on a break or something like that, all these views would start happening. So he's botting. He was the one botting. And that's that fucking cookie plays guy. Where he sat here, and anytime he came in my chat, he was trying to start a fight. And then he'd leave, and again, he would come in and say he's going on stream and try to like start a fight and stuff like that. And then, stream. And then talk negative about other streamers. The streamer's getting canceled next, and they're the next one to get canceled. So he's making this content and milking that. Basically, he's creating something where he can endlessly steal the viewers from content creators that he's canceling. And I told you this. I told you all this was happening. But you didn't you're like, it's like you're blinded or stupid or something. And YouTube's promoting them endlessly. This other scammer, is being weird. But meanwhile, this guy is blatantly being malicious where, he's the one sitting here promoting us when we're getting off the stream or something like that. We go take, documentation or something like that of what he does here, and then conveniently promotes right when we're not on stream, right when I do this. Well, why would you do that? Why would you promote that? It's the same reason he's doing everything else. He's trying to make everybody think this is a scam channel. Or the bit rate's flying around. He's causing those problems. All these scam, bots that are being malicious, stalking. So we don't know who any real person is and stuff like that. So that we react a certain way when anybody says anything. Because I'm to assume that it's just simply him. This disgusting. This person is literally a terrorist. I already caught him sitting here lying about many things. And the reason he went into hiding is because he knows he lied to the police. He lied to everybody. And I caught him. Like he's a scammer, tried and true. He just so many things he's doing that's like blatantly scam. Like I remember the one day I wasn't even watching his channel or anything like that. I was just literally like looking through the lives. I think I was just like, I don't know, maybe sitting somewhere that I had to wait for something or something like that. I don't remember what I was doing, but for some reason I was actually looking that day, which I really don't do. And no lie, his just came up. Just happened. I literally, and I think I was still subscribed, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't trying to be the one with bad beef. He was. So I just I just blocked him out and stuff like that and wasn't really talking and stuff. But it's not like I was trying to be malicious. And then I come across his live, and the guy literally, I was like watching for, I guess, a few seconds or something. Like, was I on stream? Maybe it was on stream. I just came across it. And I literally watched for like a few minutes, I think. And literally right when I started watching, he's walking into a DMV while recording. The guy's on stream. Like, this was always the point. He was streaming at his job, where he would endlessly get fired from this job, this job, this job. While he was streaming at his job, he was also listening to me, to my stream, anything I was saying, So this guy is literally a scammer. He was on the fucking job, his hourly job, and he would tell me this because remember he got my phone number and he would like come and chat and tell me these things. And the one day when I was actually going to stream and I have a shitload of people in here, remember? And everybody from his channel said, "Well, we're finally going to come to your channel," and stuff like that, or something like that, because I was bitching about it. And he always I made him look bad. I did. I made him look very bad. What happened? He fell at work. Yeah. We had a big new game we were promoting. There was a bunch of people trending in my stream. All of a sudden, he had an accident at work. He was in the hospital streaming it. That's right. He's in so much pain, and he needs to stream it. He's in the ER. He just fell. Didn't he have like stitches and shit like that, supposedly? So I think he did, but the point is, this guy's nuts. He's actually falling on purpose, and like, I don't know, but regardless, that happened because he was trying to rush out of there that day to get home real fast to stream before me. So it's either a scam or it happened because he was doing shit he shouldn't have been doing instead of being at work. So endlessly, this guy was doing this. Streaming at work and watching my streams. And problem. So I just want to remind you that these patterns, they're sort of repeating themselves here. Before I need to do this, but really quickly about this guy, I think he's tapped. I think that he has abilities and illegal devices for monitoring. And I think a lot of the reason he's doing that is because he wants to steal my martial arts knowledge to pretend like he knows martial arts. I think that's what he wants to do. There were several times where I said some stuff out loud, and then right after I said it out loud, I was like reacting to like a UFC thing or something on sort of on purpose and talking about it, about like what I'd say. And I swear to God, like again, this guy is stupid as hell. Like always making mistakes, dumb as hell. He doesn't say anything smart by any means. And conveniently, there was a couple times where like, it's the sort of thing where as soon as I said this, sort of reacting and stuff like that, it was kind of obvious that like I saw examples of bots reacting a certain way and emojis like similar to the stuff that you see in here, where the moment that I said it out loud, I'm not on stream or anything. I'm just sitting here like watching it myself. And I've already shown you that he has the ability to, sort of know when it's like clone devices and stuff. So that's very interesting. That we're talking about like AI botting and stuff like that. And then, again, maybe not even that, just actually doing it himself where he knows that. So, sort of just does that then. Boy, that is, manipulative. So, I mean, that boy, that is a terrorist. Yeah, that person has their own agenda, and it's political. They're not gonna call it that because they don't think about it like that. They know that that's smart, but it is. There's politics and everything, pretty much. Be back.
to my FB.
What's going on? So if you're coming in and out of the stream, you're wondering what's going on. Obviously the usual. Um, Earlier the stream was hacked, and that's the thing you see right here where it says it disconnected and stuff. And we were again, my internet's just under attack essentially and being stolen. Um, so um, that's what we're sort of dealing with earlier. Um, we've been talking about this for a long time, where the scammer migrates from various thing to various thing, breaking this, breaking that. Remember, my whole YouTube app became broken and completely useless. I remember that was after all we were doing was like I wasn't even really interacting with the stream. I was just driving around with a mounted device, hands free, and they started breaking my app, where making it so that couldn't do that, and there's plenty of people to do it all the time, even in my state. And so again, it's just literally just scammers just literally attacking and breaking shit because that's what I get the trending for. So then they break it. So just as you've consistently seen here, where the only time they're going to promote is when they do something malicious, where there's they sabotage the stream somehow, then the promotion, then all the views. I don't know, they're just going to take them anyway. As you see, they're just going to remove them anyway. As we've been documenting and showing you, the screenshots, we've shown you the thousands of views that have come off after the stream was posted. So, obviously, there's somebody on here, doing all that crap. And so it's just about being able to keep everything locked and scammed, so that essentially you're just to keep people canceled, and then they're going to steal your account. And your ideas, just essentially that's what I was talking about earlier. Well, they're talking about it. They're talking about the canceling, and so like it sets them up. When they were talking about it before, it sets them up to gain that trending of all the people that they're talking about that are this is the next one to get canceled. Like he was being obvious about it, and so it's just the sort of thing where it sets them up to gain all the trending and stuff from said canceled channel. Because the scammer that's talking about that conveniently right before that happens, that's gonna make their stream trend to that person's viewership, their audience, because we're talking about 'em. So, like, the point is they're trying to get views and get the viewership, the regular viewership of the people that would, like, switch to somebody else or something like that. So that's why they sit here and cause a problem, break the stream, break everything, and then trend it. Because their shit's all about, that. And so, like, it's just literally causing it just to steal it. So we have to run a lot of tests, and there's a lot of stuff that I have to do here, and some stuff takes a while. Um, with some of it, it sort of defeats the purpose of doing it if I tell you what it is. So with some of it, I can't tell you the result of the test or anything like that necessarily. Um, so sometimes I do, as you know, as we've talked about, but um, if I just tell you, the scammer is going to do what they always do, and figure out a way to attack that thing that I said it was, that I'm, essentially documenting and all that. That shows an inconsistency, or just like a pattern or something. So um sometimes that's what you're gonna see because we're being attacked, like you can see on your screen there, like I showed you. Yeah. um yeah, they just like I said, they want to manipulate toxicity. They want to manipulate the most toxic thing to happen. So we have to continue, unfortunately, running these tests. This scammer, is obviously, as of the stream, still hacking the stream and stealing, internet um from this device, using this device, so that way they can steal it through the device, because I am currently streaming from it. So that way it goes through my device first. And they're hiding it better. So whatever they're doing, like I said, they're sitting here using my internet. And sometimes you know, like actually quite a bit. You know, this shit starts like right when we start streaming. You know, just the second we're started. So that window got narrowed. It used to be, it took them about like 2 hours to get this shit done. Then it was slowly down to an hour and a half. Slowly down to a half an hour. And now it's just immediately I'm on stream. And this escalated in this Trump administration. It escalates with his incompetency. I mean, his FBI should be handling this. And if they're ignoring it, it sort of looks like they're doing it. This is highly illegal stuff going on here. So, yeah, just the fact that my stream is hacked and all of my internet is now gone just because I'm streaming to YouTube and the scammer wants to steal it. You know, again, that's the FBI. You know, not, you know, essentially just not doing anything, choosing not to do anything. So essentially them doing it. Or we know they're manipulating people and using people to do, you know, this was just like I said with the J. Edgar Hoover times, you know. Well, with J. Edgar Hoover, that asshole manipulated the FBI and used them to spread misinformation about, you know, the Black Panthers, and that's what a lot of that stuff was with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King was actually the FBI doing that. With that piece of trash, J. Edgar Hoover. So when the current douchebag said that he thought Hitler had some good ideas, and the current douchebag is blatantly doing things like Hitler, and all these things are happening. Well, gee, I wonder who's doing that. Who's manipulating and continuing to manipulate that type of behavior? So, with that being said, there's not a whole lot more to discuss at this current point. And I'm not actually done doing what I need to do. Obviously, sometimes I need the stream here, but you know, we're probably just gonna go ahead and stop the stream because, again, I don't really have much discussion left on the matter. Um, we have talked about and discussed at length what the FBI director should be doing and everything that, a director of the FBI what is expected of them and everything that they're compensated for and all. We went through all this type of stuff before. We did a breakdown of the director and all that, and it just Kash Patel is not the fucking guy. He's terrible. um I want to remind you, nobody else except Trump loyalists, hate James Comey, or, again, this was the guy who was investigating Donald Trump himself, who is guilty and was found guilty on all these, literally a convict, first convict in office. And, again, I want to remind you that he went and fired James Comey. And again, very controversial when a president, you know what I mean? Just randomly, because the FBI director isn't necessarily, yeah, the president can do that, but only once that's up. Like the whole point is, like, it's very controversial for them to just randomly fire one. Like, it makes sense if he's appointing a new one, but that wasn't the case. He's just firing Comey because Comey was investigating him, which is what the FBI should do. They shouldn't have any type of bias toward the presidency and stuff like that. So he's putting a loyalist in there so that there is, and that shouldn't be the case. So that's the point. The one investigatory agency that would stop the president from doing all this stuff that he's conveniently doing is the FBI. So just want to remind you of that. But yeah, we're gonna get out of here. So I'll see you later.